Hi there, my name is Carol and I'm the Crafty Grandma, and today we're going to make a basic jelly roll quilt. So the other day I was looking around in all my stuff and I found that I had these pre-cut strips. They were cut somewhere else, they weren't cut from a jelly roll, but I figured same basic standards apply. I've got 4 different colors, or 4 different fabrics, and they're all 2.5 inches wide. So I started trying to decide what I wanted to do. Did I want to make like a log cabin, or, what did I want to do? And I figured, you know what? I'm not even going to mess and get that difficult. I'm just going to go ahead and make a strip quilt. This pre-cut set that I had happened to have 3-inch strips also. There's 5 of them, so I'm going to use these as the border. So these are it's going to have a 2.5-inch border with 2-inch strips, which is kind of a little small for a border, but we're going to go for it. And then this is, I don't remember how many yards, but this is a little, I think it's a little over a yard, maybe 1.5 yards of salvage to salvage basic 45-inch cotton fabric. So I'm going to use this as my backing. Today I'm going to get started on this. What I did was I took some graph paper, and you cannot see it at all because obviously too far away. I just took some basic graph paper. I drew the size of the backing fabric that I had, went in a couple of inches so that I could make sure that I had enough fabric, and then drew the border and just filled it in with strips to determine how much I needed. So, and then I figured out which color I liked better. This was the least favorite of mine when it came to the pattern, so this has the least fabric that's going to show up on the quilt. There are 2 different ways to do this. I am going to cut each of my long strips individually. What you could also do is, I've seen it where you take these and you cut them to, I'm in this case going to be doing 12.5 inches long. Cut these into 12 inches and just sew one big long strip and then cut them along the way. Like I said, I'm going to go ahead and actually cut them the size I want them to be, because it just, to me, seems to be the way I want to go. There are multiple options when it comes to quilting. Usually you can do things multiple different ways. All right. So these strips are, I don't remember exactly, I measured them. I think they're 44 inches. Let's see. Yeah, they're almost 22 here. So just under 44 inches long to begin with. And I'm just going to cut them into 12.5-inch strips. The A color, which is what this is all 12.5 inches. The design, the way I set it up, it is going to be throughout the entire quilt the same length. I have a pack of gel. I don't know why that's there. Let me move that out of the way. That's going to be another project. It's red, white, and blue. And here in my world today, it is June, so red, white, and blue is something I've been working on for a lot of different things to get ready for Independence Day. But all right, so I need a ruler. Lots and lots of different rulers. I'm going to use mine that is a 14-inch ruler because can cut it this way. The strips are going to be there. I try and use the smallest ruler possible whenever I can, just because it doesn't move around as much. I've got a ton of rulers in a bunch of different sizes. You can use whatever you want, but this one happens to be the one I'm going to use today. All right. So I'm thinking I need to iron these, press these out. I don't know how long they've been sitting in my stash, but it seems they've been sitting a while because the seam is really sharp. So let's do this. Let's get that pressed a little bit. You cannot see her, but I have a visitor. She's keeping a very close eye on what I'm doing. Do you want to come up on the table and say hi to nice folks? You can come up here? No? You gonna stay on the window? Okay. I usually do get a helper from time to time. Fortunately, she's not chatting with us right now because she likes to talk a lot. Okay, here's one. Just so you know, I am just starting this channel, and at this point in time, I do not have access to the comments while I'm recording. Unfortunately, the system I'm using to record does not have the comments in it, so I'm away from all of that. I apologize if you're trying to ask me a question or anything like that. I am not going to be able to see that at this point in time. We are working on that. Technology can be challenging. So in my house we have 2 furry children, and they both seem to have decided to show up right now. Hopefully they don't decide to fight with each other while we're doing this, because you will get sound out of it. Nope, now they're both leaving me. Probably just as well, because we don't need a kitty cat fight. Alright, I can't remember exactly. I think I do end up needing 4 strips, all 4 strips, or all 5 strips. 4. I believe it's color C that I don't need to use the 5th strip. Now, I did not cut these. I don't remember where they came from or anything like that, and I'm noticing that there is a bit of a V, which means that the fabric moved a little bit when someone was cutting it. It's not a major problem, and I think I might have fixed it a little bit with the best press. Anytime you use steam or a stabilizer or whatever on your fabric, it loosens up the threads, and that means that the fabric is going to move a little bit. And I do believe that that helped straighten out my issue on that last strip. Well, this one has it a little bit too. Try and get it as straight as you can. Otherwise, you're going to have weird strips in your design. All right. Now we can get started cutting. I really don't need a pattern, but I've got the cut list here because I know exactly how many strips I need, so that's why I'm keeping it around. All right. So you want to make sure you get your ruler lined up. I know that these strips are 2.5 inches wide, so I want to make sure that there's 2.5 inches either way, and then it's straight on that side. 12.5 inches, excellent. And I need 15 of these. That's weird. All right. All right, there we go. So there's going to be a little bit left. Figure out what we're going to do with all the scraps later. All right, so I was able to get 3 strips that of the size I want out of that 1 strip. So I'm going to use all 5 of these strips to get where we need to be. And since I now know that, and I should have been able to know that because I could have done the math and figured that out in advance, I am going to cut the strips together. You want to get them as all bunt so they're all on top of each other. I happen to have a brand new blade in my rotary cutter, and I know it's sharp, so I have no problems going through 4 layers of fabric. You just have to make sure that the edge is all lined up straight. All right. There's those. Now we're going to straighten again. Excellent. Do not push down on your blade. If you're having to push down, it means you have too much fabric that you're going through, or that you need a new blade. So don't push down hard. Like I said, that just it's gonna take what's gonna potentially happen is you're gonna move the fabric, and moving the fabric means you're not going to get the right cut. And if you are not comfortable cutting through layers of fabric, that's perfectly fine. You don't need to. You can cut each of them individually and you will be just fine. All right, that's color A. Set this off to the side so I don't get them mixed up. Now, color B. I only need 11 of the 12.5s. We know we get 3 out of here. 3, 6, 9. I knew I needed that for something. Set it up by the sewing machine. There we go. Since I know I want them on top of each other and I want them straight, let's just iron them that way. All right, that's 2. Last but not least, our third one. We have our 3 strips ironed down so they're straight with each other. "12.5 inches long. Three. Six. And 9. Now I still need 2 more of those, but I need a 2.5 inch. How many of those do I need? I only need 1. So let's cut that out of the scraps here. So that's a 2.5 inch. And I need 2 4.5 inches. I don't have enough there. Oh, no, I did need that. All right, to 4.5 inches. So that's there. Now let's get 1 strip. We'll get our last 2 12.5 inches. Wow, that's really off. There we go. For some reason, the way I had it laying, it was just all over the place. All right, 10. And 11. Now, when I was designing this top, I did go through and make sure that I had enough fabric. Like I believe I said it earlier, I know with, I think it's the D fabric, it might be the C fabric, I'm only going to need 4 strips that are salvage to salvage. The rest of them, I believe I'm going to need pieces or parts of all 5. All right, I need 1 10.5-inch strip. Do I have enough here to get 10.5? I do. Excellent. And then I got, no, I need a 6.5. I don't think that's, oh, yes, there is enough here. All right, 6.5 inches. All right, so I've got the 2.5, the 4.5, the 6.5, the 10.5. So I need 1 8.5-inch strip. So I am not going to press this piece because I'm not going all the way to the seam. I only need 8.5 inches out of here. 12.5, 1 10.5, 1 8.5. Okay, put that in the middle and over to the sewing machine area. Excellent. Put that off to the side. Now, color C. I need 8 12.5. And so that's 2 strips. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and do 3. Should have done it last time now that I'm thinking about it. I can then just stop when I go to cut the second piece. I don't need to, or the third strip, I don't need to cut through all 3 layers. I just cut through 2. I am not doing a full spray by any means when I'm doing this. I'm just putting a little bit on here just to get it moist so that I can iron it down. If you use too much, it gets messed up. So make sure to just use what you need. Don't get too carried away. I apologize. If you give me just a moment, I need to go to explain to a cat that a door means closed and that she shouldn't be opening it. I'll be right back. All right, sorry about that. They just don't understand. Doors mean closed. All right. 12.5 inch strip. Three. Six. And I only needed 8, so I'm not going to cut through all 3 layers. I'm going to remove 1. And there's a fold in the fabric. Let's get that taken care of. Yeah, I think it's the large pattern that I found not as endearing to me. When I saw this, I went, don't really like the large print, but it was there. I might as well use it. I need to get rid of stuff out of the room. I don't know how about you. I have way too much fabric and way too much yarn, so I need to use it. And I kind of made a rule with myself that I couldn't buy any more until I got rid of what I have. Messed that up a little bit because I did need some red, white, and blue fabric or yarn. So I went ahead and ordered red, white, and blue yarn. But that was for a specific purpose, and I'm using it, and it's going away quickly. So it's not like it's going to sit in a bin somewhere. All right, so now I need two 10.5-inch strips. I'm going to get one of them out of here. And another out of another strip. Come here. Like I said, I think it's this color that I'm not going to need the entire strip, or all 5 strips. I think I'm only going to need 4. Okay, 10.5. Now I need 2 8.5s. Is this long enough to be an 8.5? It is not. I try and use every scrap of fabric that I can. Even though I know I'm going to have extra fabric left over, that's the way I've always been. Okay, now I need 2 6.5s. This will work for a 6.5. Two 6.5s, 2 4.5s. Those two, they're already together. And then I need 2 2.5s. Yes, so I will have an entire strip of this left over. So you only need, if you're doing it on your own, you only need 4 strips of the C color that you choose, C fabric that you choose. So now 2.5 inches. And 2.5 inches. All right, fabric off to the side for the time being. And fabric D. I need 9 12.5-inch strips. 1, 2, 3. This particular fabric is very frayed. Oops. Again, not certain exactly where it came from, but it's got a lot of pieces and frays and everything else in it. Okay, let's cut fabric D. Three. Six. Nine. Okay, 9, 12 and a halves. 1, 10 and a half. Two 8 and a halves. Two 6 and a halves. Where'd my garbage can go? There you are. All right, two 6 and a halves, two 4 and a halves. And two 2 and a halves. Is there enough of that strip? There is. All right. So there is also an entire strip left of the E fabric, or of the D fabric. All right, so what we needed was 5 2.5-inch strips of the A and the B fabric, and 4 2.5-inch wide strips of the C and the D fabric. All of the A's are cut to 12.5 inches long. We needed 11 12.5-inch for the B, 1 10.5, 1 8.5, 1 6.5, and 2 4.5s. In C, we needed 8 12.5s, 2 10.5s, 2 8.5s, 2 6.5s, 2 4.5s, and 2 2.5s. And in D, we needed 9 12.5s, 1 10.5, 2 8.5s, 2 6.5s, 2 4.5s, 2 2.5s. And then E, which is going to be our border, we're going to cut later on. I'm not going to mess with that right now because we'll get to the border later. What we're going to do now is we're going to start sewing things together. Again, I have a pattern. It was very simple to throw together. And you'll see it start to develop as we go along. So the first thing I need is a full A. Let's do that. Okay. Get my, is that close? That is close. It's going out of the way then. Okay, I need a full A, full 12.5 and a full 12.5. Right sides together. Over to the machine. Now I do have my machine set up with a shorter stitch. It is set up so that it only does 1.5? Yes, 1.5 stitches. I believe it's millimeters. I have my 1/4-inch piecing foot on here, and I also have my straight stitch plate for my machine. You do not have to have a straight stitch plate. You do not have to have a 1/4-inch piecing foot. It just makes life easier. I don't think you're going to be able to see it, especially with the way that camera is right now. We're working on finding a new one. There is one little dot that goes straight down the middle. Most plates have a wide, so you can do a zigzag stitch. If I were to do a zigzag stitch right now, I would break my needle because it would hit the metal plate. So I have it set up that way. The extra fabric doesn't get pushed down into the hole. And then I personally found that I need to have the needle just one off to the side. If I did two, it'd break the needle because it would hit the steel plate instead of in the hole. But on my machine, I am able to move it over just a smidge so that I can get it just a little bit closer, because my eyes, for some reason, even with the piecing foot on there, I'm still going to be off. I can't seem to get exactly a 1/4 inch correctly. I am using a 60 weight thread, which is a really thin thread. The higher the number, the thinner the thread. That way it gives less bulk in your seams, so you're going to get a better lay of your fabric. Standard universal 80 needle. I think I have some 75s that I will use from time to time, but I'm not certain where they got off to. So I've got 3 boxes of the 80s, so I'm using those. This is not a brand new needle. The only thing I did though was I just used it briefly on my last project to finish it up. So there wasn't much stitching done with it, so I'm comfortable using it again. Usually I do try and change it for every project depending on how big the project is. This little piece of fabric here is a feeder fabric. I like to start with fabric, not what I'm doing first. That way it gets going. So. All right, back to the table. Okay, so now I need to trim off the extra fabric. Or the feeder fabric, I should say. Trim that off. We don't need that. And make sure to cut off any threads you have off to the side. The goal here is to not have anything underneath the seam when you're done. I'm going to check just to see how I'm doing today because it's a new day and you never can tell. And I am, oh, wow. I am just shy of a quarter, right on a quarter of an inch. That's surprising. All right. I do not care which way I press my seams because the seams are never going to be butting up anywhere in this quilt. I designed it that way, so I know that I'm never going to need to have the pieces butting up. If I were to be butting seams up, I want to make sure that I look at that ahead of time and determine which way I want the seams to go. Since I don't care, I'm going to always press to the darker fabric. So here we go. Darker fabric up. Finger press. And then voila. We have two pieces of fabric. Excellent. Now I'm going to take both C and D over to the machine next because we don't need to be bouncing up and down every 3 seconds. All right. C is going to be 12.5 inches long and D is 2, 4, 6, 8. That's 2 inches. That's 4. That's 6. So this is 8, and I need 8. 2, 4, 6, yes. And this is 8 inches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.5. Excellent. All right, back to the machine, get these two done. Come here, foot pedal. Where'd you go? There you are. Okay, line up my fabric. I forgot. This machine stops with the needle in the up position. My brother machine over here, it stops in the needle down. I prefer needle down. Fortunately, I can set that for on the machine, but I have to do it every time I turn the machine on. And I forgot to do that. Oh, look at that. It didn't sew anything. I wasn't paying any attention. So worried about what was going on? Nope, didn't sew anything. Do we have thread in this one? No. All right, let's see. Well, it looks like it started a little bit. Let us check our bobbin thread. It looks to be fine, but just in case, reset the bobbin thread. Okay, that's good. Do I have stitching? Now I have stitching. Another reason you should use the feeder fabric, if you're paying attention, you can catch that before it actually happens. I just wasn't paying attention. I was concentrating on other things. All right, let's try this again. There we go. Now we've got a seam. Now we're going to put C and D together. Okay, over to press. Trim off my feeder fabric, trim off my threads. So now we're going to press. We've got that one done. Now we're going to do this one. Pressing to the dark side, dark fabric again. Finger press. There. Okay. And then this seam. Press. Press to seal the stitches first. Press on the light fabric, which is where you're not putting the seam. Then you press onto the dark fabric. Finger press to get it as flat as possible. When I started quilting, I did use steam to do this. I just found that first of all, I went through a lot of water, constantly having to refill the iron, but it also stretches the fabric and manipulates it. Now remember, I did say that's what we were doing earlier when I had a little fold in the fabric. I did do that. Okay, let's see. Are we straight? We do appear to be straight. All right, so strip 1 is done. If you don't happen to have one of these, you can go to your local dollar store or order it online. Get yourself a tablecloth, but make sure it has the felt on the back. The only thing you're not going to have if you buy the tablecloth, if you do the tablecloth route, is you're not going to have the lines on it. I very rarely use the lines anyway. They are 2 inches wide, and in this case our strips are 2.5 inches wide, so we're going to have them going all the way across. I did check it to make sure it was straight as I put it on there, and now that I'm thinking about it, I'm not certain how many. How do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I'm going to need to move it over. I don't even have to keep going to figure that out. All right. Okay, there we go. Strip 1 done. Strip number 2 starts with a 2.5 inch D that goes to an A. That goes to that. Then the A goes to a full-size B. You can use pins. I'm going to use these clips. I don't really feel like folding up my fabric or getting any holes in it right now, so I'm going to go with that. All right, now I need a full-size C. I am also not being very exact. I will straighten them up as I sit down at the sewing machine and get them all cleaned up. And then I need a 6D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Excellent. All of this fabric is very stringy. All right, you are good. Let's find some more feeder fabric. It's kind of big, but that'll work. Take my box over, get you set up to see the sewing machine. Okay, here we are. I am going to get a pair of scissors so I can clip up the fabric if I need to. There we go. Now I don't have to turn back and forth and worry about where my scissors are. I've got a pair in each location. All right. Can I go faster than this? Yes, you can go as fast as you want. I am more comfortable going a little bit slower, just because as I've said, I have a terrible time seeing where the 1/4 inch is sometimes. So I like to be able to go a little bit slower to see exactly where that 1/4 inch is. Seam 1. Alright, I'm having trouble getting my fabric straight. There we go. You don't only want to match on the side you're stitching, you want to make sure that it's flat and matched up on the sides also. Okay, so we have our second strip put together. We're going to clip and trim. Clip and trim. And now we're going to press to the dark fabrics. Start by sealing the seams, pressing on the light fabric. Finger press. light fabric. Dark fabric. Finger press. Oops, I forgot to press on the light side first. Don't know where my brain was. There we go. Now, finger press it out. Okay, strip number 2 is done. There we go. Now you see what it's going to look like. It's going to be a step. So the A's are going to continue up at an angle. B's, the C's, and then the D's are going to end right up here. There's, I think it's like 2 more rows over, but they start back down here. And so they're going to then go there. And we are, I think the bottom corner is going to be B's. So at this B fabric, it's going to angle up, and it's also going to end up in the very bottom corner of the finished piece. So that's where we're headed. I'm still not liking that C fabric. It's just such a big, bold print. With the other little ones, I think it's weird, but it is what it is, and it's what we have, so we're going with it. Okay. Clips, there you are. I need a 4-inch D. Now, keep in mind, when I say I need a 4-inch D, it's actually 4.5 inches. It's 4.5 inches because its finished size will be 4, and there's going to be a 1/4 inch seam on either side. So that's why I say it's a 4. And it is, yes, it is a 4. Goes to a full A. Make sure you match right sides together. I would have been very angry with myself when I got it done. There's that. Now, full size B. Full size C. Okay, there we go. And last but not least, I am on strip number 3. I need another 4D. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep, that's the 4. All right, let's get this strip sewn together. All right. See here, now we're gonna clip that off. And I just got that all twisted into my strand file. There we go. Okay. So where did that patch? So I'm thinking, and as I'm doing this, I can never just do one thing at a time. This is red, white, and blue fabric, so would it be appropriate for the holiday? I'm wondering if I shouldn't do a disappearing 9 patch. That would be a real easy throw together kind of a quilt top. Just use that. I don't know how many different colors I have in there, or different patterns, I should say. I will have to look into that for my next project. Can never just stick to one thing. Got to have multiple ideas going on in my head. I thought of that because as I'm sitting here, I can see some fabric over there that's all set up and ready to go to make a purse. I haven't quite gotten around to it yet. I've made bags in the past. I've made lots of bags in the past, but I've never, and I think I've made an actual purse. But this one is much more complicated than anything I've done in the past. The lady that did the design does have a YouTube video on how to make it, and so I'm half leaning towards popping it up on my television over there and sewing along with her, which, you know, that's the idea of these channels, is to have the ability to do that. I just don't know, I wouldn't be able to film for you all if I were watching her video while I was doing it. And I mean, I do have enough, I got the fabric out of a remnant bin, so the outside fabric I've got plenty of. So I guess I could make two, but I don't know if I need two purses. Well, then I could sell one on Etsy. Right now on Etsy, I only have my crocheted items. I haven't made any quilted items to put on there yet. I need to do that. Maybe I'll do that with this one, because I really, the fabric, I just wish I could remember why it's here, because it's not something I would have ever purchased. It's not in the color schemes that I typically use. I mean, it's not bad fabric, it's just not me. All right, so this is the A fabric. So this goes on the bottom. All right, starting to see it a little bit better now that we've got 3 strips going. I'm looking on my TV to see how it's coming out on the screen there for you. It looks, I like the fact that I used 2 inches by 2 inches. I was debating on whether I should put 3 inches between each color, so that this would have been up to there. And I went with the 2 because it's the same width as what the final strip is going to be. So I went with 2, and I do like it. All right, so number 3, check mark. Okay, now I forgot to grab my things when I came over here. There we go. So now I need a 6-inch D. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yes. Always a complete A. A complete B. And I assume a complete A, or a complete C. 1, 2, yes, and a complete C. All right, back to the machine we go. Ooh, that's off. There we go. I don't know why that lighter fabric wanted to stick out there so far, but it did. Oh, hey, while we're sitting here doing nothing, if you are enjoying this video, go ahead and hit the like button. And that way, I'll know that people are watching. And if you are enjoying what I'm doing, be sure to subscribe so that when I do my next video, you will find out about it. Let's see, what did I miss? Well, that seam isn't completely done, so let's fix that. All right, so for some reason, this seam started, but didn't finish, which is weird, because normally that's why you use the feeder fabric, so that it gets started. If you're going to have any problems, it has the problems on the feeder fabric. This one waited until it got here. So let's see. Seam ripper. All right, now we need to make sure we get all the thread out of there, because otherwise we'll have a really thick seam, and thick seams are bad. All right, let's try this again. Oh, this is a seam where the fabric didn't want to match up. So it's just being challenging overall. All right, let's try this again. There we go. I need water. Okay. All right. There we are. Let's press out our seams. Let's see here. This strip only had 3 instead of 4 seams. It's had thrown me off all the each time. All right, we have strip number 4. Huh, I did something wrong. Two, 4, 6. That is 6 inches, right? Yes. All right, what did I do wrong? Ah! This strip is too short. Nope. It's not too short. It's the right size. I forgot to put this on top of it. That's what I did wrong. There was a 4th seam all along. I kept saying something didn't feel right. I was only sewing 3 seams. It seemed wrong. That's what it was. I forgot to put this on it. Let's fix that. Okay, try this again. Press. Press. Finger press. So much better when things match up in the end. There we go. All right, so that was strip number 4. Number 5, 2, 4, 6, 8. Is that what this one is? Yes. Clips, need clips. Or pins, whichever one you want to use. I've got clips, so I need my clips. All right. Where are we at time-wise? We're looking at an hour and a half in. That's not bad. A, B, and a full C. This is the last full C. Well, we use full C's at the bottom, but all right. And no D on this one. No fabric D on this one. So there are 1, 2, there are legitimately just 3 seams on this one. Is that correct? 1, 2, 3. Yes, just 3. 3 is right this time. I forgot to move you over. There we go. Okay, there's the one. Is that stitching? That is not stitching. See? I heard it. It didn't sound right. There we go. It is odd to be sewing without any music or TV going on in the background. I mean, I would love to be your background noise. But I'm just so used to having something going on that on this side of it, it's kind of weird. Alright, I'm going to need you. Pressing time! String in there. There we go. terrible with the window right here. I see cars drive by, people drive by. Just can't help myself but to look and go, hey, what's going on out there? What's going on out in the world today? Today is Wednesday? Today is Wednesday. Excellent. They just mowed the lawn the other day, so we shouldn't have any lawnmowers going through. That's convenient. Because, of course, they did it during my last live feed. I was like, really? Really? Of course, I shouldn't complain. There are people in our neighborhood who say they never see their lawns mowed. So there are some people, we pay, it's part of our HOA fees that we get our lawn care taken care of. And there are people who have gone out and bought lawnmowers because they just don't take care of the lawn as well as people want them to. Okay, let's see. This is strip 5, and it goes that way. All right, there. I'm going to step back and see it. I know you can all see it big picture, but I've been up close and personal with it. I'm going to step around a little bit and see how it looks from this farther away. So I'm actually not having as much of a problem with the big print as I was originally. It's still not, I don't like the way it's joining together because it's just so big. But, hey, it does look like it's angled a little wonky right now, but we'll get that taken care of when we sew everything together. All right, let's go on to the next strip. So now I need 2, 4, 6, 8, a 10-inch. Is that 10? That is 10. Goes to the A. Which goes to the B. Which I'm guessing goes to a 10-inch C. 1, 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. Which goes to a 10-inch, and that's 10 inches. It is a 10-inch C. All right, let's go to the machine. All right, I think it's just this piece of leader fabric. We're done with that. Going in the garbage. Every time I use it, it doesn't stitch. And then it works perfectly on the next piece of fabric. not sewing here either. Now it is. There we go. All right, new feeder fabric time. Alright, time to press. My stomach is growling, and I don't know why. I mean, I understand that the idea is that if your stomach's growling, you're hungry. I get that. I just don't know why I'm hungry. Okay. I almost pressed the same seam twice. Not gonna hurt anything if you do. Just unnecessary. Okay, this goes goes this way. All right, another strip down. Okay, this one is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, a full, oh, all we've got left now are full Ds. I should have been paying attention. Full D, full A, full B, and C is 2, 4, 6, 8 inches. Is this a 10 or an 8? That's a 10. That is an 8. There we go. Ooh! My clip jumped away. There we go. All right. To the machine we go. Can I assist you with something?
Turn your light on.
Okay. There, let's get these going. May I ask what you're doing?
Go, do your thing.
All right. So apparently it was believed that the sunlight was not enough. So hopefully we have enough light now for you all. Okay, let's get this straight. Come on, fabric. You can lay straight. I know you can. There we go. Okay. I don't see the difference in the light, but apparently it made a difference. All right, pressing. My camera's moving, in case you didn't notice.
I know, but
No, I'm talking to the camera, not to you.
it's not focusing.
It is focusing. It's just not focusing on what you think it should focus on.
It should focus on you.
But it's got so many other things to focus on that it's having a problem there.
Let's focus on your face.
Okay. Then it's doing what it's supposed to do.
It's not focusing correctly.
So I'm being told from the background that apparently you can see better now. And I apologize. It seemed fine to me, but apparently I was inaccurate. But we're all better now. Okay. Another strip done. There we go. Oops, there we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And I think there's 15. 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15. It's almost halfway done. The next strip will put us over halfway done. So, as you can see, we've got the going up at an angle. And I'm looking at what you're seeing on the screen over there, and it looks, this is looking better. This is not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. Still not my favorite, but again, that's just personal preference. All right, I need a 2-inch C. Little bitty C. There's a little bitty C. And now we're only doing long D's. And a full A. And a full B. And then, last but not least, the C is a 6-inch C. That's too big. That looks like 6 inches to me. Yep, that's the 6-inch. All right. back to the machine. Yes. Now we're back to 4 seams. That did not stitch. There we go. We are sewing. Okay. Excellent. There we go. And last seam for this stitch or strip. That's not working. Oh, yes it is. All right. Clipping. All right. Pressing. Yay. Let's see, did that one. Okay. Got confused as to which seams I'd done and which seams I hadn't. I think this shelf is going to have to go away. Originally, this table was under there, so it wasn't a problem. But I've come close to hitting my head a couple different times on that. I don't know about you, but designing my craft room is a never-ending thing. Every time I turn around, I want something different, or something needs to be moved, or whatever. Or I don't have enough room again. And I am very, very thankful that I have an entire bedroom to myself that I am able to use as a craft room. I know many of people have their dining room table and that's their craft room. I totally get it. But I just keep getting more and more stuff as I go along. I don't know why. I even have some of my craft items in the living room, family room, gathering room, great room, whatever we're calling them these days. The room where we spend the majority of our time. I have craft items in there too. All right, let's see which way we're going here. This is the bottom. This is the top. All right, we are now halfway done. That was strip 8. There's a total of 15 strips. So I'm going to reward myself with some water. And move on. Okay, let's see. 4-inch C. One, two, three. Yep. Gets joined to a D. Which gets joined to an A. That gets joined to a B. Which gets joined to a 4-inch C. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. All right. Let's get back over by the machine. Did you know that there are people that use fabric like this size and make itty bitty little miniature quilts? I don't know if I have that much attention to detail. Now, I have the attention to detail. That's the wrong word to use. I don't know if I have that much patience. Alright, back we go. Oops, that's not where that goes. That goes over there. I got my little pieces mixed up. Because heaven forbid I just take the strip, throw them in the garbage, because the garbage can's right there, but I don't know. I gather them up and then I throw them all out together. I do not know why. Oops, I forgot to put that on. There we go. Yes, I almost bumped my head again. I can guarantee you the next time you see me, this is not going to be here. I may move my yarn over into this corner, because this corner at this point is totally wasted space. Wasted space is bad. Yeah, you can't see down low, so. But that whole corner is all just empty right now, and I don't like that idea. I have things that need to be stored there. All right, is this the way we're going? This is the way we're going. All right, that one's done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 6 strips left to go. Where are we at? 2 hours and 15 minutes. Woohoo! All right. Let's see now. This one is a 6-inch C. Yep. to a D, to an A, to a B, to a 2-inch C. All right. Come on. There we go. Wasn't pushing the button correctly. Oh, if you like my little doohickey I used to guide my fabric, you don't have to purchase one. I mean, you can. It's a clover, standard everywhere. But just use a Chinese restaurant chopstick. There you go. Just use the chopstick. Alright. Clipping and pressing. clipping and pressing. Back we go. Oh, I mentioned I was using 60 weight thread, but I don't think I mentioned the fact that I was using cotton thread. I will also be using cotton batting in this, so it will be all cotton. Doesn't matter that much, but I was taught way back when that polyester thread and polyester batting do not shrink. Cotton fabric can shrink. So if the quilt is going to be washed, there is the potential that the fabric could shrink, and where the seams are could pucker because the fabric shrinks but the thread doesn't. Also, the fabric could shrink and the batting wouldn't if you used an acrylic batting, which would make everything just tighter. Is it that big of a deal? I don't know. I've never really washed a quilt that didn't have cotton batting in it, so I do not know the answer to that. I just know what I was told and how I was taught, that if you're using 100% cotton fabric, you use cotton thread and you use cotton batting. The cotton batting is more expensive though. So if cost is an issue, you might want to consider that. And I do plan on putting this up for sale on Etsy after I get done with it. Carol the Crafty Grandma, or I think it's just Carol Crafty Grandma. Yes, it's Carol Crafty Grandma. On Etsy, I will be putting it up for sale there. I don't know exactly what size this is going to end up being. I know I figured it out, but I don't have it written down right now. But that will determine. Probably $120 would be about right based on the size. I'll have to look and do some comparison with other crafters to see what they're selling the same size quilts for. Like I said, I want to say 120 is going to be the right price, but I'm not I'm not guaranteeing that at this point in time. Could be lower, could be higher. I'm going to have to look it up. But a lot of things I'm going to be making on here, I'm going to be selling. Like I said, I do have a purse that I'm debating on making on here, but I don't know if that's going to work, because I'm not 100% comfortable with making it myself. I really want her help, and having her video in the background while I'm doing the work just seems wrong. All right, there we go. Another strip done. All right, so B is going to be at the top now in the next strip. Oh, we've got 5 strips up. 1, 2, 3. Got 2/3 of the way done. We're getting there. We're at 2 hours and 22 minutes, approximately. Yeah, 2 hours and 20 minutes, somewhere in that area. All right. So now we have a 2, 4, 6, 8-inch C. Yes, 8-inch C to a D A. To a B. Last full-size B. We're getting rid of fabric here. All right, over to the sewing machine. Now we're back down to 3 seams. That's cool. Woo! Way too much speed on that. Alright, back we go. A lot of back and forth with these strips. That was there, that was there. Okay. This one I need to press now. pressed. And now hang it up. And it goes this way. All right, check. 4 more to go. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 and a half. Here's my 10. Goes to a D. Which goes to an A. Which goes to a B that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. 10 and a half. There we go. Now I want you to keep in mind, I could go through and make all these strips and match them up with clips. Feel free. If you want to do it that way, go for it. There are no rules. The quilting police are not going to come and take you away. I personally can't do that. I would get the strips all mixed up and it would drive me crazy and they'd be over there and it would not work for me. If you can keep them straight, go for it. That's a perfectly acceptable idea. You don't need to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Now, I think I am getting a decent number of steps in. Let's see. Not really. 573 steps for the day. That's not all that great. But for me, it's not bad, but not great. But anyway, so back and forth you don't have to do that. You can make up all your strips in advance and just sit at the machine and sew them away. When we do these strips to putting them together, that is what we are going to do. We are going to put matched strips together and then take them over and just sew them away, straight away. Because with that, I'm okay with it. I don't know, and I might not. It depends on how I'm feeling in about 15, 20 minutes when we get there. But, all right, next strip, so we need to go to the sewing machine. And we talked about my guide. Be aware that I use the word guide. It is for guiding the fabric through to keeping it at 1/4 of an inch. It is not for pushing or pulling. You never want to push or pull the fabric through the machine. That's what these feed dogs down here are for. They're pulling the fabric just fine all by themselves. That is their job. That is their goal in life, to make sure your fabric goes through the machine. And then just so you know, the bottom fabric does move faster than the top fabric. There can be shifting between the bottom fabric and the top fabric, depending upon how long of a piece that you're sewing together. So you want to keep an eye on that as you're doing it so that it doesn't shift too much. There is a foot called a walking foot that puts feed dogs on the foot also, so that it feeds both layers of fabric the same speed. And there are people that use that when they do their piecing. It's commonly used when you're doing quilting, not when you're doing the piecing. But like I said, there are people that use it for piecing. And if you're so inclined, feel free to use it for your piecing in addition to your quilting. I don't find it necessary, but I know there are some people that do. I've seen them do it. All right, time to press. Trying to see how it's looking on the screen. I like it. I like it a lot more than I thought I was going to. I still don't like it enough to keep it. All right, B goes on the top. All right, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Oh, now we use full C's for the rest of the way. A C to a D. Come on. A D to an A. A to a B, that is 2, 4, 6, 8. Yep. All right. I will be interested to see when I watch this later on how much of the sound from outside carries in. I'm hoping not too much, because I'm hoping the microphone being here instead of using the camera microphones do a better job of drowning out the sounds that are going on around outside. I don't live on a really busy street, but I live on a street that is the main entrance to our neighborhood, so it can get a little busy. Okay. The neighborhood's still being developed, so therefore there are large trucks, construction trucks that come through. Let's get rid of those. I need to cut up some more. So I was always taught to use the feeder fabric. I'm going to have to Google later on and see why. Or maybe I'll Bing it, depending upon my mood. And see why I was taught to use it. I know that it makes sometimes when you're sewing, if you start off the fabric, you want to make sure you get all of the fabric included. And I think it has something to do with the fact that if I were to just start directly on here, it wouldn't be all the way to the edge, because just like I do here on the feeder fabric, I start kind of in the middle. So I'm leaning towards that's what the reasoning is. That way you get the seam all the way across. But I can't remember. I know somebody taught it to me, and I know somebody told me why. Because I would not do something without somebody telling me the logic behind why I'm doing it. I mean, don't get me wrong, all this fabric would just go to waste if I wasn't using it for this purpose. So using it makes sense. Gives me a reason to use it. But I just can't remember the exact reason why I'm doing it. Alright, there we go. So we're going to press and we're going to trim. I do want to mention, if you are enjoying this video, please make sure to like it. I hate it when people say that at the beginning of their videos, and I'm like, how am I supposed to know whether I like it or not since you are just starting? But I also don't like it when they say it at the very end, because a lot of times at the very, very end, it won't let you go to the like option on my TV, because I use my TV to watch YouTube most of the time. And it won't let me, I don't get all the stuff on the bottom on the screen. It's just not there. I have to go through it a different way. So, like I said, if you like the video, please click down below, click the like, or go up and around like I have to on my TV. And if you want to know when I'm going to be doing another video, go ahead and subscribe and get your notification. That way you'll know when I'm going to be on again. At this point, I'm planning on doing another video tomorrow, because I do not believe we're going to get through all of this today. So I'm going to go ahead and try and finish that up tomorrow. As I mentioned earlier, leaning towards doing a disappearing 9 patch, which is always kind of fun because it's really not difficult to do. It looks more difficult than it actually is. So it's always an impressive looking quilt. I don't know how many pieces I have in here. How many does it tell me? 42 squares. Let's see. It's not divisible by, let's see. Yeah. Probably do 5 across. No, 5 times, that'd be, in order to get to that, I'd need to do 8. Well, 8 up, 5 down across. That wouldn't be bad. I have to figure that out. So I'm a member, or I discovered this website. It's called Annie's Catalog. And from Annie's Catalog, I then got involved with their kits. They have kits. the way it started was there was a pandemic in 2020, and we were all locked up in our houses. Me, not as long, because here in Florida, we were only, we had everything partially opened back up by, I want to say it was May 5th. So for just a little while. But either way, I was without work and had always wanted to crochet. I've known how to knit for years. That was no big deal to me, but I'd actually had people try and teach me how to crochet, and I'd taken some in-person classes. Crochet and I just never seemed to get along. So discovered this great company and found it's called a block of the month. So they would send me yarn and the directions on how to do 3 blocks for 10 months. And at the end of 10 months, you have an Afghan. And the 11th month is what you do with the squares and how you put them together and how you put a border on it and all that good stuff. But anyway, so in addition to the crocheting and knitting, they also have Fat Quarter Club, and I do believe they have a Jellyroll Club also. The Fat Quarter Club is the one I joined, just because that was what I did. That's what I have right now. And I have used, I've gotten 2 months worth of squares so far, and I've only used 1 pack. So I need to use the pack. Remember, I mentioned at the beginning of this video I'm not allowed to bring any more fabric and stuff into the house. You see how well I'm following my own rule. But anyway, so I'm thinking this would be cute. It would be nice for an Independence Day quilt of some kind. And again, selling it on Etsy. I don't know how much I'd charge for it. It looks like there's a couple of each design. No, maybe not. Maybe there's only one of each design. Either way, I'll have to decide, do I want to have 1 block red, 1 block white, 1 block blue? Or do I want to intermingle them? It'll take some thinking on my part. But I think that'll be my next endeavor. All right. That strip's done. 2 more strips. Get going. Here, let's see. A 2-inch B. 2-inch B. A full C. Full D. Full A. And the 6-inch B. And that's the 6-inch, yes it is. As you can see, I'm barely halfway done because I still have to put the strips together, put the border on, make the sandwich, do the quilting, do the binding. So I'm barely halfway done, if even that, with this project. And I'm already on to thinking about what the next project is going to be. It's a never-ending battle in my brain. Too many ideas swimming around. That's why I said I need to stop buying fabric, because I keep getting more and more fabric and going, oh, I need to do this, I need to do this, I need to do this. What I need to do is finish something with the fabric I already have, and then move on. But I'm going to guess I'm not alone. I'm sure there are a lot of other crafty people like me out there that do the same thing. Alright. We are almost done with this section. Oops. Over there. Alright, pressing. So I'm standing here as I'm pressing, and I look down. I see the cable for my tablet here, and it has chew marks in it. It does appear that a kitty cat was hungry, because of course we never feed the animals around here, they starve to death, decided to chew on my cable. I'm wondering if I need to move my tablet and hang it on the wall maybe, so that it is not enticing to kitty cats to chew on it. Not certain where I'd do that. We're going to have to think about that some and come up with a better solution than I've got right now. Well, because there's a kitty perch in the window, and it's very easy to walk from the kitty perch area right onto this table. And I know one of them, she likes to sleep on here. I don't know why, but she does. I mean, I do have cotton batting in here, so it's a little bit fluffy. Not too much. A little bit. Yeah, I was having a problem for a while where I kept finding white cat fur. She's calico. I keep finding white cat fur. Every time I go to press something, a quilt of any kind, I'd press it. Nope, that's not where I wanted to do. See, this is what happens when I talk too much while I'm doing something. I was finding white cat fur on everything. I was like, okay. That's when I found out she was sleeping on this. Then I happened to walk in one day while she was actually taking a nap. All right, let's see which way are we going. We're going this way. All right, last strip. Here we go. A 4-inch B. It's attached to a C, which gets attached to a D. Oops. Yeah, that's right. Which gets attached to an A. Which gets attached to the last 4-inch B. All right, off we go. and now trim. Go ahead and toss these. There we go. Press. No, we're coming up on 3 hours. Yeah, 3 hours. Forgot to spray it. Let's see, does the weather, it says it's going to be partly cloudy. It doesn't say it's going to rain, so I thought I heard some thunder. I'm fairly certain that was thunder. Does it say there's going to be? I'm not seeing anything yet. Okay, that's the bottom, that's the top. Yes, there is thunder going on out there. I can hear it now for certain. All right, I like to look at quilts as being done in stages. So we have not completed the quilt in any way, shape, or form. What we have done is we have completed part of the piecing. And we have it all there. I'm going to walk around the camera for a minute, so I'll be gone, and it might shake a little bit. That's going to be me. I'm going to show you something. Actually, I don't think I can do that. Let's try that. There we go. That's tight. I might block the camera here. Hold on just a minute. There we go. Oops. Hope I didn't move it too much. Now I got to try and do that again. All right. Yeah, you blocked it a little bit. So I have another jelly roll. This only has 3 colors in it. Well, actually, this is a jelly roll. The fabric for this did not come from a jelly roll. This is an actual jelly roll. And since it only has 3 colors in it, it's got red, white, and black. And it's got some different designs. So there's red with white with red, black with white with black, red with white again. I guess it does repeat all the way around. But they're different designs. Either way, So instead of having 4 colors, or 4 fabrics, 4 different fabrics, I could do 3 different fabrics. And if I wanted to make it longer, or if I wanted to make it narrower or wider, all these things can be done very easily. I legitimately just drew the size of this backing fabric that I had to go with this. And then I went in a couple inches on either side, all 4 sides I should say, to make sure that I had room for the backing, and just drew these. I strongly encourage you to do it in a 2-inch block, so in 2-inch increments, not in 1 inch, just because the strips are 2.5 inches wide, and that way we're going to have a nice square when we're done. At the transition points, these are going to be nice squares. But you don't have to. You can do whatever you want. Like I said, instead of 4 colors, go with 3 colors. You can make these shorter. I could have made the maximum size strip, instead of being 12 inches, like I did here, I could make the maximum size strip to be 6 inches. And then it repeats more frequently. So then you're going to have a lot more diagonals. And I may decide after I do a few more things. Like I said, I want to do the disappearing 9 patch. I know I want to do that with this next. This is going to be my next project. I'm going to go back in July, the first part of July, and I will be going to do the August bench pillow for all seasons. August is going to have, I think August does have applique. I just did the July one, and it did not have any applique. It was all piecing. That was the July one. This is the August one. It's got a boat and some applique throughout it. So these are always fun, and I definitely am going to be doing one of these every month. I will probably repeat the July one next June, because I was my very first attempt at live streaming, and I am not all that crazy about how it turned out. We had technical difficulties, we had problems with sound, we had all sorts of different problems. But anyway, so I know I'm going to finish this, then I'm going to move on, and I'm going to do the disappearing 9 patch. I've got to do that for the first week of July. So we'll throw this in there somewhere. I don't want to duplicate the same quilt twice. So I'll either make, I'm leaning towards with this, making the strips maybe instead of 12 inches, 10 inches, and getting more repeats out of it. Maybe even making a table runner. I don't know what I'd do with the table runner, but just like with this, I'd probably sell it on Etsy. So that's the route I'll probably take. We'll find out. But it's exciting to know what's coming, what's in my head. Again, we talk about too many things are in the crafters' heads. All right, so now we've gotten through all that. We have been working on this for about 3 hours so far. If you had to do had to cut the strips to begin with, that would have added some time to it. But basically, because I've been rambling for the past probably 5 to 10 minutes, so we got done with the first part. Again, milestones, like to do milestones. Got done with the first milestone of the piecing of the top, so we did that in about 3 hours. I believe that the next part, which is going to be sewing the strips together across, is probably going to take another couple hours. And I'm going to just keep going on this because why not? I might have to stop and get some water at some point, or run to get some water at some point because I'm almost out. But yeah, I'm just going to keep going with this and try and get the piecing done, at least. Borders probably aren't going to get done today, but I'm going to try and get this all pieced together. All right, so let's get going. Piece 1 and piece 2. I put a clip so that I know which side I need to sew on. And as I mentioned before, I'm going to try to do this with multiple pieces. Instead of bouncing up and down. Oh, where are we at stepwise? Where did I get myself at now? Yeah, it's still at 573, so it's not registering that I'm stepping when I'm walking back and forth. All right, over to the machine. So now we're feeding long strips through. You want to be very cautious as you're doing this and making sure that you keep it straight throughout the stitching. That's so? Yeah, it did. Okay. We're going to match things up and keep everything straight. My guide comes in very handy here, especially when we get to the seams that we're crossing over. So coming up, here's a seam, and it was pressed towards the dark fabric, and that means it's going towards the machine. And very easily it could flip and go that way. So you want to be careful and make sure to keep it pointed upward as you go through it. Now we have a seam here on the bottom side, and you see how it's also facing up. You want to take your time, make sure you keep that seam pressed upwards. And I'm going to make sure my fabric is straight as I'm going. We're not sewing. All right, needle up. Press her foot up. Well, that was a complete waste of time. Let's try this again. Nope, still not working. Okay, let's reset the bobbin. Looks like it came out. It did. All right. Trials and tribulations of sewing. Looks like the bobbin's moving now. Yep, there we go. All right, try it again. Looks like I was doing a really good job too. Keeping that 1/4 inch. Yeah, over the seam. At least the seam is facing the right direction this time, so that's good. Looks like we've shifted our fabric just a bit, so let's get it back on track. Let's get our second strip. Make sure it's all lined up and straight and good to go. All right, here we go. All these strings. Strings, strings, strings everywhere. Let's get the next strip ready. Here we go. Line it up. next one. Oh, we're getting there. I'm hearing noises. Ah, it has gotten darker out there. It has gotten windier out there. All right. It's a little early in the season to be getting my summer afternoon showers, but hey. It is spring, so I guess we're getting close. Last strip. Alright, we have the strips sewn. Let's go over here and clip and press. Okay. Strip number 1. So again, we have to press to seal the seam before we make the seam. So we have to go all the way down and seal the seam. And at this point, it does not matter. Actually, the iron's not hot yet. The iron turns off while it's sitting upright. It does not matter which way we press the seams this time, because there's light and dark intermixed on both parts. So it does not make a difference which way we're going to press the seams. And they're not going to match up anywhere else. So again, which direction you press them is completely up to you at this point. We're going to hand press. Never start at the end when you're doing your hand press. Sort of start in the middle a little bit. That way you're pressing evenly. So I did my hand press. Now I am going to start iron pressing this. Make sure the seam's going in the same direction. It wanted to flip on me there, so to make sure that it stayed going in the correct direction. Seams can be a little challenging. You get a lot of bulk there. All right. That's the first pair. postal truck just arrived. That is unusual because our mail is delivered at a central location in our neighborhood. I wonder what we got that's being delivered to the door. Interesting. I bet you I know what that is. I bet you it's light bulbs. But he did not ring the doorbell. That is impressive. Okay, let's see here. It's being a little challenging at these seams. Take your time. And it will press. All right. We're going in the right direction. We seem to be. That's a good thing. So far, so good. All right, next piece. Get your seams nice and straight, nice and tight. Or I had someone that I used to quilt with said, make sure your seams are sharp. Like, I get points being sharp, I get corners. Just don't get the fact that seams would need to be sharp. But I guess that's one way to look at it. Yes, that's not really finger pressing, that's hand pressing, but all right. This one goes here. Next strip. We've got 3, we've got 4 more to go. All right, let's see. Which way does this go? It goes this way. Move this one out of the way. All right, still going in the right direction. Yes, it does appear that we are still going in the right direction. That was my biggest fear, was that I was going to put them all back up there and they'd all be wonky. Because I put them together the wrong side or something equally as silly as that. Boy, this table is squeaky. Never noticed it because usually I've got music or TV or something else playing in the background. Can't do that since I'm filming, and never realized how squeaky this table is. Well, we are already planning our next house, and we are planning on building it to our specifications, exactly what we want, not what everybody else gets. And I will have actual built-in tables. Steve offered for here. The problem is somebody else is going to buy this house and we'd have to tear everything up, so seemed kind of a waste. All right, that's wrong. When it's got the same fabric on both sides, it can be challenging. But I see how to fix it. That's better. And I'll bet you there was some of you out there that were going, no, it's wrong. I didn't see it till I got it up. This is why I like the design wall. You can always do it on the floor if you've got the floor space for it or something like that, but I like seeing where everything is. All right, let's do another one. What time is it? Okay. School bus just drove by. I didn't know what time schools are anymore. It seemed like it was a little early, but hey. Maybe they go really, really early in the morning. Alright, let's see now. This is going to go this way, I think, now. Yes, that does look correct. Alright. Oh. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, this is the last one. I thought I had 2 left. Alright, let's see here. I think it goes this way. All right, I'm going to step back by here and see how it looks. All right, we're coming together nicely. Everything seems to be stepped correctly. It's in the right order. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to do some more stripping. Joining of strips. Sorry, that sounds funny when I said it that way. All right, extra fabric. Put that there for now. Okay, clips. I need clips. Could I just have gone and done strip 1 to strip 2, strip 3 to strip 4, and just gone down the line? Yes. That would have been a perfectly acceptable option for this activity. I just chose to try and get more of it done in one fell swoop. So back to the machine. I didn't think that. I thought it sounded weird. Bobbin's getting a little low, but we're still good. Yes, there we go. second one. That seam was not wanting to stay down. I could tell it was going to try and flip over. Silly seam. Where did I get this caught up? Ooh. I hope that seam didn't roll. I was going pretty fast, and it looked like it might have rolled up a bit. Let's find out. Oh, good, it didn't. Excellent. I was worried. Wow, lots of thunder going on right now. At least the leak in our roof is fixed. They came over last week and tried to fix it, and then it rained the next day, and we found out they hadn't fixed it. So they came back yesterday. And we had some rain yesterday after they left, and it does look like the roof has finally been fixed. Alright, last one of this grouping. bobbin empty. Look how close I am. Let's see if I can make it. It's going to do every 2 stitches, it's going to yell at me again. There's still thread on that bobbin. I can still see it. Yep, still a little bit there. Made it. Woohoo! All right. Bobbin empty. Ooh. Dang. That was really close. Could have probably done another couple stitches. All right. Let's see. It goes up there. Now some people would have multiple bobbins ready to go. I don't care that much. It doesn't take that long to wind a bobbin. But in the case of if I hadn't been able to make it to that end of that seam, I would have had to take the fabric off and go back in and start that and start in the middle of the seam and finish it off. So that can be annoying. So that's why you could have another bobbin available, but like I said, it doesn't take that long to wind a bobbin. So I just go with it. All right. Trim and press. All right, now it's dark. One more light. Let's see how that helps. Did that help? Not a whole heck of a lot. Sorry, it's raining outside. We're at 4.5 hours. I said it was going to take till 5 hours to get this done, and I'd say I'm probably right on track for that. The only problem is, I don't know if you're going to be able to see me or not. The clouds are moving fairly fast, and the rain came while I was on the sewing machine. I heard it pounding outside, and since it came really fast, it stopped. It's the way the rain here works. If it rains really, really hard, it's going to get done really fast. If it's like sprinkling, the rain's going to last forever. It is still thundering, but I can see the edge of the clouds. But I don't think it's going to happen within the next 30 minutes. I'll be interested to see when I listen to this, or when I go back through this video, if I'm going to be able to hear all that thunder or not. I commented to you earlier about the street noise. I'm curious to see how much of the street noise bleeds into this. Now I'll get to see about the thunder too. See how the weather affects it. I now know that if the weather starts coming, I'm going to need massively more lights in here. And considering this happens every afternoon through the summer, that's a thought that I need to look in. I think something I need to look into. I had a solution. I had this really cool lamp, a ceiling fixture. Used 8 lights, and then I got the programmable lamps, light bulbs, so that I could do it to the outdoor brightness. The only problem was it shorted out as soon as it was installed. Not exactly certain why, but it did. So that caused a problem there. Now I'm trying some fluorescent lighting. I'm hearing things in the hallway. I'll be right back. It is you. Okay. Yes, I made that comment to my audience just a few minutes ago. And because when I was on the sewing machine, it was fine. And then when I switched over to come up here to press, that's when I saw because it's fine on the sewing machine. There's plenty of light on the sewing machine. It's just out here that we're not.
Well, there's a lot of reflection on it. That light needs to move to the other side. So I should
We've got. I said I was trying to get this done. I'm hoping for 20 minutes. Did we get anything interesting from the mailman? Oh, the mailman came to the door, dropped off a box. It's still thundering out there, so apparently it's not going to end as fast as I thought it was. think all the workers are going home, so apparently well, it's late enough in the day that they probably don't need to be constructing. It's bubbling in that seam again. I hate doing seams towards seams. They always get so thick. There we go. Alrighty, where are we going? Let's see. That way. Come on, you can press. I knew you can. There we go. That's nicer. Okay, let's see. It doesn't go that way. It goes this way. I forgot to cut off the ends on that one. Dawned on me as I was doing this. All right. Let's see here. Okay, so we are at 4 hours and 50 minutes, and I am not going to get these last 3 seams done within the next 10 minutes. And with the lighting issue, I'm going to go ahead and call it a day for today. We will come back. I do plan on coming back tomorrow. Tomorrow I have groceries being delivered between 10 and 11 o'clock in the morning. So therefore, I'm thinking that we're going to start this tomorrow at 11. And go from there. Try and see how far we can get. We might be able to get, I know we're going to be able to get to some of the quilting. I can't guarantee how far into quilting we're going to get, but I know we won't be able to complete the quilt in tomorrow. I say that and you never know what happens. But at this point in time, I'm going to go with we're not going to be able to get the quilting completed and the entire quilt completed tomorrow, but we will just have to see. So this is Carol, Crafty Grandma. It's been a pleasure.